What up? So today I kind of wanted to actually do the drama. I've seen clips of it and it looks interesting because it looks unhinged. If you don't know what's happening, you think Lion, the I guess the main face of H3H3, always has been. I was a fan for the longest time. Um, I loved his videos. I loved the comedy. But then, like, get snippets, especially when people are streaming, of like their truer selves. And I mean, I guess there was always hints. Love being the face of it. It's always something. People always say if you want to get into streaming, you kind of gotta be a narcissist, you know. And I'm not. And I'd say I'm a little guilty of that, you know. Because like the whole streaming thing is like, you want people to listen to you, to talk to you, and all that stuff, to interact with people. But yeah, like I was a big fan of Frenemies. Like watching that. That was good content. And like I said, like I don't like hate Ethan. It's just things people do sometimes are not good. And it's okay to call that out. And people can learn, but it's like someone's not learning in a sense. And he said some crazy things. But we'll see. I kinda wanna just preface it, a little bit. Because look, it's an hour 43 minutes, 13 seconds of this dude just pure talking. And I know he probably might say something like, oh, this isn't fair use. Oh, this and that. I'm a very small content creator. I don't think a problem for me to watch it. My own 2 cents on it. He is the fair use guy, isn't he? He did spend millions of dollars to argue fair use against Gary V, right? Was it Gary V? No, some other dude. I forget what was his name. But yeah, and like I was like a fan of like your mom's house, and Ethan was an integral part in helping them set up their LA studio. And that was like a thing, and like they had each other over, I think. But I guess time always shows a person's true self. So let's see what Ethan likes to say is his true self, his personality, his viewpoints, all that stuff. Because like this is a spicy drop. Dropped while he was streaming. Like it was so annoying. Everybody in his chat was like, "Are you gonna talk about it? Are you gonna talk about it? Please, please, please!" And he's like, "I'm in Japan. I'm in Japan, and I'm literally gonna go see the Communist Party leader in their headquarters in Japan for content." And because he was very interested in it, especially last time. So it's like to dive into like hater shit while you're on vacation is not good for the mental health. So it's understandable. But maybe we should get into it, I guess. I'm sorry, I keep sniffling. I should probably mute. Mute. Let's get into it, I guess. I'm interested in seeing what it is, what it's all about. Okay. What is this? Shimmy ya, shimmy ya, shimmy ya. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I need to show you something. Uh, what is this? Let's see. Is it? What is it called? It's like it like does like some funny thing. Maybe if I just put it muted. Is this for the better? No, it's not it. Yeah. That's what. That's instantly what I thought when he put on that. I know he was trying to be like. He was really trying to be like serious and like edgy and look at this. I am a man of history. But that's all I can think of is this. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That's so funny that he's literally just saying like, "Oh, he's saying mean words. He's bad. Mean words equals bad. Bad man." Usually his content nukes are like or content cops or like the genre of it would be like better than this. Like even like the Leafy is here like one was better intro, I think. Just default font. Nice. Why am I making this? Exactly. Good for him. That's not why That's not why they're mad at you. They're mad at you for making fun of or saying. Well, now the new drama is Ethan Klein said that Markiplier is faking his voice. He's like, I. If you look up clips when he was younger, I haven't seen them. But I know I'm right. Like that's wild stuff. Like who cares? Why are you hating on a man's the most the most beloved YouTuber? Like hating on Markiplier? That's wild stuff. His little yuppie dogs. What? It's kind of scary. Wait, so is his whole shtick that Hassan hates America, but Ethan loves America? So Ethan good, Hassan bad? Hold up. He's gonna say that's what I saw before. Communism? That's in the first 2 minutes. Communism is a scary thing that's brewing in America? Communism. Not Elon Musk hitting the actual. Not once, not twice apparently. Maybe 3 times? I know 2 times I've seen for sure. Hitting the actual Sig Heil. But the problem here is actually communism. Sharing is caring is the problem. Is that it? Is that literally the argument? This is very weird. Wait, so he's saying communism is anti American. That's literally McCarthyism. Not communism is the betterment of everybody, the whole of the working class. But, I mean, like, that's, that's wild. Like, it's not the fact that egg prices are going up because a huge egg conglomerate is literally doing it because why the fuck not? Nobody's saying no. That's the only reason prices are rising is, brother, I need to get my wallet full. My bank account needs to have another zero, please. It stonks. The communism is the problem, not the capitalism that is currently running our structure. Like I've heard like snippets of this, like where he didn't want his workplace unionizing because of the fact that like you're like a family actually. You don't unionize against your mom. Is your point, I guess? Like why wouldn't you want your workers to have the power to bargain? You made me remember him from such classics. This is bad. That clip chimp. The song here is like basically saying like we did before 9/11 happened is blowback. Like what we did before then caused the blowback that created that tragedy. So it's like no, no, no. We can't learn from history because it's bad. Cracker is a pejorative. Oh my god. That's his argument? That's crazy. I'm only 2 minutes in. I gotta stop pausing. Look, like, he was trying to be his friend, and then Ethan is over here, like, trashing his shit. Not even, like, what was it, like a year or two after? Like, what kind of guy? Like, Hassan is, like, doing nothing, and, like, this dude's like, I am literally gonna attack you. Mr. Bad Guy. So he's calling himself left. Okay. Okay, so, like, that is why they have a button for Ethan, specifically, to erase the last 30 seconds of the broadcast. There's like a 30-second buffer, live content to when it's actually recording. Because he will just straight up say things like that. His mind is like I kind of get like you get like a barrier that like you put up on like to not say like the unhinged stuff that is going through your mind, you know. But he needs a literal physical button after fact. Like he cannot stop himself. So he had to install a backup. That's crazy. See, because look, the Vape Nation stuff, that's where I started as a H3 fan. And like I get he does the content cop stuff sometimes. Or he's just following the footsteps of like iDubbbz and stuff. But those footsteps were treaded like how many years ago? Is like is there a active like thing of content cop video still up, still going? Because iDubbbz said like, hey, what I did back then was unhinged, and I'm truly sorry for it. He went on Hassan's like own broadcast to say that. He's like, I'm so sorry for how I acted, and was completely out of hand, and he regrets making a community because like a community like that will only breed more hate because it was based on him saying the N word on to like Tana Mogio's face, you know, Manju's. But it seems like Ethan is just like holding on to all this and just wanting to I know. What does he want from this? That's what I'm asking myself when I'm watching this. Is like, what does Ethan want to get out of this? Because obviously he made it with an objective. That's how Ethan works. You know, he wants to do something. He has to feel like he needs to do it. Like his content before, he felt like he needed to be funny, and he generally was sometimes. You know, he wanted to make people laugh, but like, what did he want to make people do with this? Why make an hour and 43-minute video? That's what I'm asking myself. Is like I'm wondering what this is about. Until what? No problem. Until what? Let's see. Radical, hardcore leftists. Like what? Ooh, I'm radically and violently making your kids get free lunch at school. I'm radically and violently making you want to get universal healthcare. I radically and violently want people to have food and shelter. Like what? Social democrats. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but when it comes to at the expense of other people, is not what people want. Because when you're up there, you get the chance to step on people. You get the chance to take from them because you are better, because you did better, you worked harder, you like supposedly like did more. But how much examples of like CEOs working harder than all of their workers, you know? How many examples of that are in the real world? Like Ethan has his own company. He has people that work for him now. Like that wasn't the case before, you know? His wife has her own clothing line. They do. What that is their own free will. But what the system does is make people not be able to do what they want to do, but what they need to do in order to survive. I guess that's what, like, that's too radical for him. You guys are all radical communists. See, he's using communists as a pejorative. Like, what is that? What actually is that? Pejorative communists. Watching a see he even embraces it. He understands the fact that like he can step on people. He can make them feel lesser because he is the top dog in in a in a way, you know. I think that's what it is. Like you see it in like in his eyes. Like he's like, I am better than you, and I'm telling you what. That's what it is. It's like maybe that's what it is. He's like, I am better than his. That is what he wanted to get out of this video. See, he put that. That's the thing is like Ethan is saying that, but what Hassan is saying like, oh, people need to get educated on the fact that like you have rights as a worker, you're a person, and it's not fair to let your bosses take from that. Not re-education, as in like re-education camps. What Ethan is thinking, like, oh, so you wanna concentrate people? It's like no, no, Ethan. It's like that's what the current administration is doing to like actual like immigrants. Like that is the scary part, not what Hassan is saying. The scary part is happening right now in the U.S. in like the Mexican border, and even at like ports of entry. Like it's crazy what's happening now. Like the American people are like not paying attention to it because they don't care. But all around the country, there's literal like gangs of police going around, ra- like like taking people to places, and that is what is scary. Not what Ethan is saying. That's like wild. Why he has to like focus on this kind of stuff is people are actually suffering, and this is what he's mad about. People are going to actual concentration camps right now because of the color of their skin. But this is a straw. This is the straw that broke Ethan's back. Like that doesn't make any sense. That's not like this whole video is like kind of off, kind of like that doesn't taste right. That doesn't sit right because there's infinitely more awful things that are being said, that are being done, harm actually being done, but this is what he has to make a video on. Yeah, because like if like a Nazi is like actually thinking and saying Nazi stuff, is you don't want them to have the same mindset. Sometimes you just have to tell people like can't think like that. You can't talk like that because of the way that it, not that a way that it makes others feel, but like the actual harm that's being done. Especially now with the president, like it's normalized. It's completely normalized now. It like half of these are probably gonna be jokes. Like Hassan's making like a sarcastic joke, like, "Oh, chatter's coming in saying like, oh, you support the Uyghur genocide or something," and there's a literal there was a um like a command you would put in on Hassan's stream, and it will link you, take you to the video of him saying that genocide is bad, obviously, but he's still rehashing all these things. It's like, okay. See, like that's a joke. It's a joke. Cause like he will do that. He will talk to like chatters in a way that seems like different for people, you know. He's not gonna fucking like sugarcoat it, but also it's jokes. And that's true. Like it was like the fucking Dalai Lama was like not a good person. Or was it the him? Was it the like Tibetan monk that was like at the top who had like boy slaves? That's crazy. Yeah. What was their culture, Ethan? Like if it's been like this for like hundreds of thousands of years, but like what we're doing is hurting people. You gotta keep hurting them, I guess. It's culture. Like what? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Like what? Like if your viewpoint isn't like the slavers of like the olden times in America, like you'd want all of them prosecuted to the fullest extent of like what we perceive as justice. But history shows that it's not how it goes. Sadly. And like, what is the other point? Like Ethan make is making like some of them that was their culture, I guess. And like, it kind of puts a whole different spin on the whole podcast. Because it seems like the way Ethan is acting made it makes it feel like Ethan brought him on just because he knew he would say some outrageous stuff. And he could be like, "Ooh, bad, bad." He's not denying the genocide. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like Ethan is saying, like I saw this somewhere. Hassan is saying, I can tell you exactly where I've heard the exact same thing is American funded propaganda. That's what Falun Gong is. Shenyun is like America government backed anti-China like sentiment. But Ethan's like, no, 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 no. I heard it from somewhere. There's like a Reddit thread, and I read it on there, and it's true, right? True. Covering him. Should maybe go on this. No, but then I don't know. You're just going everywhere. But like all of this is just like I got you on this one point, Mr. Hassan. Too bad you can't say anything about it. Like what? I kind of want to just speed it up though. Custom 2. Okay, I'm sorry, chat, but this is how I can only really consume this information, especially if it's like going so slow. I don't know why. He's eating up the Chinese propaganda. They got him. they got him, chat. Chat. They got Hassan. All they had to do was promise him one ticket. One ticket on the high speed rail. Said Hassan, come on, we got you. And all you gotta do is just regurgitate the Chinese propaganda. He's like, bet. He's being paid. Uh, let's see. I put politics. Maybe more politics watchers if I put a politics tag in. But I also kind of don't want my other followers to come in and watch this. Like this is too much for some people. I get that. Politics is a lot sometimes, and not everybody wants to hear about it. But I mean, that's America. That's the beginning. And oh, is America bad? Yeah, I mean that's just solid. It's just solid understanding of stuff. Because the Western forces want something from you, but I mean like it's also like yeah, yeah, because the imperial forces of America have always and will do what they can to gain power and to secure the resources of an area. so that we can profit. That's basically been standard since World War II. What is no? Is the rest of this just look? He's saying Israel bad. He's not saying am Israel high. Oh no. The thing is, Ethan and his wife is from Israel. Ethan lived in Israel. He lived in it. And she was more or less a part of like the other like struggles that happened in the region during like the last 20 years. So obviously they're going to have a certain perspective of needing to protect themselves. That's the thing is like they like obviously that's part of like what the propaganda is over there. Is like these people are actively harming us, so we need to protect ourselves. But the protection of themselves is actual genocide. So that's like, let's see. He keeps on saying that. He literally keeps on saying that. But even if you like, Hassan is live now. I bet if you would go in there, like, this is not gonna be anything about like anti-Semitic sentiments. And even if there is, it's quickly. I mean, like quickly. Like there are like so many mods active all the time on there. It will just get deleted. The people will most likely get site-wide banned. That kind of stuff does not fly anywhere. They're making sock accounts in order to say like, oh look, there goes another one. But like, it's usually people from this camp, from like these people's orbits, that will do that in order to say like, look, it's happening in there. But they're the ones that hold that view, and they come from a certain place on the internet saying certain things. Especially most of the points that Ethan is saying. Like Ethan is getting all his information from a certain spot of like just anti-Semitic hatred of like even like just pure racism. They don't even care. But this is where he's getting all these points from is wild. And he's like taking it for fact and I don't know. See, he keeps bringing back this single point. This is like, look, he's not doing anything about it. Like he's constantly saying this. Cannot forget it. He literally cannot forget it. Like we could see, how did all lives matter start, bruh? See, like people interpret what? Ethan Cominel, he doesn't want to get to the point. Literally ask an anti-Zionist. Let's see. Literally, all lives matter was a thing because BLM being interpreted poorly. That's gone. Ethan is defending Zionist, not. Oh my god. How am I supposed to? Six. Yeah, see, and he thinks that statement from the river, you know, you think that is a all to cleanse the area of, you know, I don't know. It's he will probably say it in this video, like he thinks that's an anti-Semitic slogan, but it's not. It's like it's a call to get their homeland back. I mean, there are calls like that all over the world. Like, what is that for Native Americans? The tribes, they basically like if we give their land back, it's not gonna mean that the people living in that area are gonna be wiped out. You know, there's always a solution, a peaceful solution to things like that. But it takes the courage of actually doing it, and nobody seems to want to do. Even like there is a ceasefire, and Israel is still bombing Palestine. See, like these are just random people. There's no telling of if they're actual fans. There's no telling of like how long they've been there or what. But like, can't like actually moderate every single person, especially if it's like a 30, 40,000 40,000 person like chat like that. That shit goes crazy. But to rag on this point just on and on is crazy. Yeah, because they're like saying the N word and stuff. Like Ethan is saying like, "Oh, you're saying the same thing. See, you want people to moderate too." Like if they're saying like racist stuff, yeah. Like shouldn't that be a site wide? Like what is this use of the problem? The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian. Okay, wait. Oh no, I'm yapping. I'm sorry, chat. Just realized I'm only 11 minutes and then it's an hour. I am so sorry, chat. I gotta stop pausing. I'm sorry. What? Okay, I know I just said I shouldn't pause, but like he refused to show a crumb of empathy. He's literally calling for the the cessation of fire so that the people that were taken on that day were gonna be safe to leave that because it's been proven time after time that it's not safe to go out unless there's a ceasefire and there's nobody gonna be shooting in order to get actual Israelis and Americans back home. If you want that to happen, then you have to ask for a ceasefire. You like just basically do. But that's not enough, I guess. It's not enough that they got a spotlight at the DMC, you know? To do more, we have to make them suffer. I like that's their viewpoint, I guess. Yeah, like this dude, like weird to say it like that. Like Ethan is bringing this up because he wants to say like those people are crazy. He wants San to say those people are crazy, and Hassan is like, okay, what do you want me to say? It? What else do you want me to say? Like these people are just saying outlandish things and putting it in a light that is very weird, but like that doesn't change the fact that the Palestinians need to be free from the oppression that they're currently under. That doesn't change that underlying. And like, thing is, like, look at Ethan. Like he's like trying to say like, oh, like I gotcha. Come on, come on, say it. I gotcha, I gotcha. I say it. Come on, say it, dude. Come on. Like his son's like, what? What are you doing? Like, are you my friend? Are you my friend in this situation? Like, what is this? Like, it's like Ethan is like basically saying to his crew, like, do a zoom in on Hassan's face when he says this. Gotcha. It was good content. Like, was that what the friendship was for him? Content. And like, I guess that's what Tana Mogio, not Tana. What's her name? That's what Trisha Paytas. Trisha Paytas. That's what her name is. That's what like Trisha Paytas is saying. Like, if yeah, maybe I should just go back and listen to that stuff and see like how Ethan is treating these people. You know, because I never. I guess maybe that's part of like being a fan and like not really paying attention to how people are acting. But like maybe there were points where it was like, come on, do the content. Hmm? Yeah, there are babies settling. It's not the fault of the baby, but the settling action is inherently like awful. See, because that's not running defense for Hamas. That's calling out a awful behavior that leads to displacement. Like they're not going to an empty spot that nobody's been living in. They're going into people's homes. They're they're selling it. Like that's crazy. Cause like the thing is, like people, the point for these people is like making any support for Palestinians sound like it like call for some awful action and getting rid of these people, and that's going to be inherently violent because they know it's inherently violent to do that to these people. But there's always a diplomatic and peaceful like way to do this, where nobody die. But like, I don't know. It always seems crazy. Like I always had that like instinct to like want people to like be at peace, to live their lives, no conflict. The way I live, like, but obviously it's wishful thinking sometimes. Let's take the cutoff. The cutoff, yeah, the cutoff on that. Is he using AI? Excuse me? What is this editing? What? He quoted it. Oh my. What? What's the but? What's the but, please? And what is the but? Nobody's saying that. But the thing is, nobody's saying that we should disregard them. A tit for tat. My suffering is more than you. Kind of mentality. He's like, he's like gloating, kind of. Yeah. And he doesn't think that, like, there isn't, like, ways Israel, like, mold people into a certain way to think. And, like, that's what happens when you live in a place, especially when people hold a certain view that like you become molded by them by just simply existing with them. Because the two state is still saying a piece what their plan was, and they still got the majority. The Israelis got the majority, but that I don't know. I gotta stop pausing. Yeah, and this is like before we actually know that like the Netanyahu government actually had intel that this attack was gonna happen, and that they extended the festival time go into that window. Like they didn't need an extra day, but they said yes, go ahead, whatever. Even in spite of the fact that they knew this intel. And it's not like the families don't know this. The families do know this. They're the ones that are like the families of the victims of October 7th know this information and they're actively protesting the government. But Ethan is like he's trying to protect the government so bad for no reason. It's weird. Like why are you running defense for them? For a government that is by all accounts bad. By a guy that is unknown, power hungry guy. You don't have to say that. You don't have to run defense for them. You could say it's bad and still want Israelis to have a home within the area that they already occupy. See, he's falling for that propaganda that the people in the region are actively trying to destroy Israel. Like when you take it to the most extremes, that's what it sounds like. But peace does sometimes sound like the destruction of a worldview, a point of view, or something like that. But it doesn't mean annihilation of people. But the thing is, with this logic, like, you also gotta extend that to America. Why didn't they have a home in America? There is a home in America for the Jewish community all over the places. Like, there's the largest community of Jewish people is in New York, I think. They have like a whole block sectioned off for them. Like, not sectioned off, but like they made a block that they transplanted in like big, and they have like this whole like what was it, Shabbat, I think? Watch it. Like a whole thing. It's cool. Seeing like oh my. See this one. I feel like there is like like an area. There isn't like they aren't safe in other places. That's the thing. Like it's weird for like Ethan to say that because there's communities that are like it's not all horrible, you know. That Israel isn't the only like safe place for Jewish people. And if anything, it's like extremism that always is the worst. See? Mm. Ooh. Cool. Sorry, I needed a break from like drama. Are you from Israel? Ooh. He believes. Well, like what does that mean? What does that mean? Like they have a spot here. They don't have to go anywhere. They have a vibrant community. Like that's the thing. It, it makes me feel weird. Like Why are you making them go halfway across the world? Or what? Give me 1 second. I'm kind of hungry now. I need to use the bathroom too, so give me 1 second. Sorry. Yummy food. No pork. No mixing. Mm, I feel like eating like a Eastern European dad. Soup. Mm. See, this is culture. This is community. Oh, it sucked. Oh, their kids are married to each other. That's so cute. Uh, ooh, so yummy. And the pickles. Yeah, gizzards are very good. No dairy. That's perfect for me. I don't like dairy. I'm usually avoiding all dairy, except for pizza. But that's crazy. Everything is all meats. Oh my god, I would love a restaurant like that. Oh, yeah. No internet. What? Wow. 13? Oh my god. Damn. Ooh. That's cool. Oh. Damn. That sucks. See? Oh my god. Too based. Damn. Whoops. No gooners. Some gooners. And like that's the story of America. That's what's crazy. Is what's going on right now politically is immigration is being seen as something horrible, but this is what America is made of. It's just immigration. People bring their cultures and they make like a little version of that in their communities. And that's not an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't be seen as an invasion. It should be seen as a sharing of cultures. Like that's what humanity is about, I'd imagine, right? It's about sharing makes us us. And like you could say like some of like like the old stories of like the people like coming to different countries, like their myth making. Like there was always like a unifying force that brings like innovation. But like this is like the opposite instead of like humanity like forcing it on others. Others come here for opportunity. That's what America is. Coming in for the opportunity to be something great and like build a community. Just live. Because a lot of places are not well. They're in turmoil, and partly because of the U.S. You know, partly the imperial actions of nations harming certain people, and come to America to live in peace. But all that's being overturned now because immigration is now being seen as bad. Oh, like you gotta respect the culture, religion. You know. Yeah, So like, I'm probably gonna go back to the drama stuff just because. But like, you can feel the difference in how they're going about like defending culture and diversity. One is like sharing, and the other one is like it has to do with like I don't know, weird. Something I can't explain, but like you feel like a certain anger with Ethan that shouldn't be there if it comes to like sharing about your culture and wanting your culture to be safe, you know? Israeli currency. It's a person peeking over the window. Oh. Jesus. Shoot of Germany. I love when people are a little bit of a ball buster, you know? Oh, the actual cops. NYPD. Three. He's good. Oh. Yeah, that's the choice you should be able to make. Like, this is so cute. Like, love this kind of content. Don't want to go back to that drama, but I should. Okay, get back to the drama. Okay. Oh my god, I'm only 15 minutes in. Holy moly. Okay. Wait. Wait. I'm so dumb. How long has this been like this? And I have not had the audio on. There's been no audio for an hour and 49 minutes. So dumb.
And one no.
How long has it been like that? The whole time? The whole time? Okay, I gotta go back. Chat has not any of this heard of any of it, I guess. 2x. 16 minutes in. What's that? Eight. 8 minutes. I'm so dumb. So dumb. I'm so sorry, chat. There's been no audio. I'm so bad at this.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on.
Yeah, what
and
is
what was that?
proving?
That we love America.
Let's just speed through this. I do not.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
Communism.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb bitch.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets. He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good.
Left-leaning Democrat. I forgot he said
That
that.
was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time, I noticed an amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people.
Well, at least my mic was on.
What people are looking for.
You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists. Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hassan really started to sound.
Oh,
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a
that's
capitalist,
transformative.
what would you do if that party?
Oh my god, it
The
puts him in
solution
the
to that
yap
would be education
session.
and offering more
Re-education?
re-education, certainly. Yeah, there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation
2
of Crimea
hours is just
absolutely
me,
a
yeah.
justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking
Crazy.
feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
like
these are
their culture, They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and
the part
identity.
of
And they did them a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking south and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a
that
separate
squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really?
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
okay? I saw the
But yeah,
crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No,
or-
that's not. No.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Oh, okay, that one is like Shenyun,
They're like, we
Falun
can
Gong.
get you an organ
Um,
from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. It's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the
It's
Associated Press
annoying,
actually had to say about this. These are
sorry.
all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights
Wow.
abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people
Yes, I
is in
can,
Chinese
yeah.
prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hassan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actors, I look at the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you can take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hassan was seemingly okay with this. Do you care that your chat is calling you racist? Do you make any attempt to
I have not looked at my chat.
moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about
There's
me?
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child called
Ethan,
arrogant? and
Ethan,
as fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can
How
do.
can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators,
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hassan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
Just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. There are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. The Palestinian resistance
Yeah, that editing is
so good. They have
wild.
It's not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that I'm in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
Borders.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel, in
85%.
response, hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and It makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as a
Maybe I should put it back to normal speed, but so much.
an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the donation. Oh no, Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal.
Wait, you're saying that's a dub for him? He donated 6,500, guys. He donated 6,500. He's good. He can say whatever he wants now.
They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal.
Called the West Bank settlement.
He said that.
Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal.
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion.
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hassan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the streets.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... Oh, was she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She was born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all the coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own.
He's using this to bash on Hassan? Weird, dude.
Country, bro. You don't run your own country.
His at is dating and money.
A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my god, bro. I love you, Hassan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's that guy. Isn't this guy anti-Semite? Like, he was actively, like, following Hassan that night. Like, and he's using it to, like, bash on Hassan?
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay.
The funny thing about me, I don't like terrorism. And I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews,
What? This is weird. Like, that guy is weird. Like, but he's using that to say, like, oh, you're not monitoring this. You're not doing anything about it when it's some random fucking dude. Like, holy shit.
Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what? Look, you think I made this? I know they're singing, but I've seen his guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. Taking over these shits, they started targeting the shits.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes, they're streaming this. Yeah, they're flexing.
What? And they're coming out with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand this.
Oh,
is
I hope I
the
don't.
Houthis, Hezbollah is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them.
And when you get designated as a terrorist organization, when United States, it's usually for a reason that the United States wants you to think, like,
Well,
He is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power
Yeah,
levels
clipped
to
him
funnel in
out of
money
the
and
ass.
radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond
Right. Social democratic idea.
I just want to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hassan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy. You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda with.
That is funny. That is funny.
Robust social safety net.
Is Ethan's whole thing like, this guy did this to me, so I'm gonna do it thrice back? I don't know how to say it. Whatever. Like, yeah, let me do it to you way worse.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates, a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no, I'm not calling you a propagandist. No, I'm just saying. I'm saying I am. Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just want to play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda. And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them.
Yeah, because they're basically just Republicans that want to look blue.
Them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is some...
Oh my. Does Ethan think every time he's saying liberal he means Ethan? Oh, is that what this is? Ethan is looking for, like what he thinks is like little nuggets of hidden meaning the sun is dropping in order to subtly jab at Ethan, but there is no meaning in these things, and he's just overthinking it.
This sociopath.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time? That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hassan.
No. That's wild work. Like, I thought, like, sometimes, like, you think people are your friends. But they didn't have that intentionality to begin with. Is that what this is? Huh.
And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since...
What kind of joke is that? What kind of joke was that? No.
I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who...
See if it hits different. If it's... Let's see if it hits different when it's regular speed.
I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past
He doesn't even seem that passionate about the joke. Strange.
year since the show ended, I continue to watch this on platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far, and someone's got to do something. As the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hassan, to take this on. And so
He thinks he's mainstreaming
I stand
Hassan.
before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants. One thing nothing but a simple man. Now, a simple man who understands right from wrong. Yeah,
He's thinking that he got all this screen time because of the Leftovers podcast? Not because he's one of the most biggest political streamers on the platform. Well, there is one more, but I don't have to talk about damn.
Influential voice for lots of people.
I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. I'm bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've got dumb takes. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content. I think it's funny. It's fun. And there are babysitters as well.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do with this power. We can sign up for Netflix from a different
Alright,
country.
ethical reacts, I
$14.
guess.
It's now $3.66. Okay, but it even gets better than that. Netflix and all the streaming apps have different catalogs for each region. So let's say, for example, I want to watch some Dragon Ball Z Broly, but it's not available in the USA. Psych! All you need to do is switch locations to Canada, refresh, and boom, that easy and fast Dragon Ball Z time. I use these websites to help find whatever shows I'm looking for. You can type in the show you want, and it'll show you which region to connect to. The amount of content I have access to is insane. It's super easy to use. It's an app you connect to, and then you pick which country you want to connect to. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Go to expressvpn.com/h3hd for 4 free months, or scan the QR code or go to the link in the description. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN. And now, back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical. My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hassan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're gonna want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money? Not us. Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You can broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hassan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hassan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page, and he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Come on. Be for real. And this whole thing is just packaged as Hassan bad. Please take him off. Don't look at him. Please.
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about.
What the fuck?
We're talking about Twitch. Here's the thing. With help from people like Hassan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists. They're... Go ahead. Go ahead. He knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't perfect.
What is this editing, too?
Hassan, you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Reading. Of course, is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking?
He's corrugating him. This is literally just Destiny talking points. Figure something out to talk about, you know? And I bet there's gonna be some airtime spent on talking about his brothel visit, which, I know, sorry, it's a dud.
You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget your religion. Hassan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone sought to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chow's
Oh, fuck no.
Very cute.
He's hitting on his dog. No. You don't hate on a man's dog.
Those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the U.S. Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army, it's fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. You kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hassan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. And we got a big party for you after.
This guy's obsessed.
We got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. Prostitutes, too. Don't tell me.
Jesus, what
Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, we kidding. This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America. Curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hassan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hassan as the most extreme left.
He's using this. Chat. Chat. Take a look at this list. If he's using this list seriously, look at this list. Alright, let's see some of the better, like, you know, analysis or wide variation. Let's see. What do we got here? Crazy. Like Daily Mail. That's kind of cool. Put it like above. See who they got, like. Does he?
Untrustworthy.
Oyan. Ben. Something like position.
Media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars.
Fucked.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there's many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for
But no hate for Elon, though, huh?
their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews, we want to kill Jews. And then people like Hassan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticism of the Houthis.
Yeah, I say all these clip chimps are like just little factoids to help his thing, but cut off right when, or like start after, like he explains.
Do not factor into
the
what
point.
they are
Like,
doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
what the fuck?
They brought back slavery.
What the fuck is
That
this
lines up with leftist values.
editing?
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hassan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals. Yeah.
Okay, but what's the rule for terrorist
people? Are you being serious? Dog, what do you, look, you think I made this? I know they're singing, but I've seen his guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking, like their actions all the
I
time.
don't think
Hold
I
on,
can
guys,
put
hold on.
that
I got
on.
this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they paint under the helicopter, the Yemen flag. They fucking they start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hassan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hassan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist. No, I'm a propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this? Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand.
His point is he's being paid. Yeah. This is a new gun, Hassan. Getting paid, bro. That's it. No. Like, there's always this like speculation. These people are getting paid, but like when the actual people that are found out to get paid by the opposition, nobody cares. Like him was just simple. Just found out he was getting actually paid by the Russian government, but nobody cares. Whatever. But maybe this guy is actually getting paid by the Houthis. It's like, what?
This is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East.
That's not what he's saying. He's always saying like just peaceful integration. Like one state does not mean kicking out all the Jews. Not what it means. There's already a one state. Just give the Palestinians rights.
Recognizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild. So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this. Is that their helicopter? Yeah, that looks like a legit helicopter. It is a legit helicopter. This is wild. So they take it over, they take it over, they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, like Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes, as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys, Hassan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. This is a 3-minute video. What do you music video? When you use a music video, I'm expecting like, but are you being serious? I always see I've seen these guns and shit. This is a music video. Hassan.
Jesus.
I bet Hassan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hassan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is like,
I love it. Oh. He plays like a character, but like he's funny, but like in an awkward way, which makes me feel better about being awkward. So like that's a good thing,
in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me. Yeah. But like, I just like, he was like, yeah, but they're such great dancers.
Oh my god.
I was like, okay.
Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hassan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hassan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hassan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
Real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hassan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on a shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape. Got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
Feels like a fever dream.
Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Hootie's been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me.
He isn't even a
I'm journalist,
Houthi.
okay, this is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that, bro? You are going to get banned." I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hassan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
Sick. Yes. Yes. We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You tell them that. I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
The curved knives
okay.
are sick.
Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains. Like I don't understand.
The crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist. Okay, this is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having it. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
And he
Uncritically
became
interviewed
the
this kid
point.
for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to? Does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they.
Hassan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese and he did class with them and he danced to music with them and he was vibing, so he likes them. Yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hassan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of literal hostages.
He doesn't even know.
For somebody that loves terrorists.
He's just shoving it in our
Is there KFC
faces
there everywhere? I don't
because
think
he
there's KFC in
thinks
Yemen,
that he's right.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
I would assume he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hassan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi.
Chat, there's another hour left.
The dude is neither a Houthi.
It's at 2x speed. I think we could get through this.
A Houthi either. You wanna know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You suck him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude, who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hassan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh my
yes,
god.
Yes, that's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my god. I think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be brought up because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no
How much
person on
of
a pike on
this
that photo,
did
unless I saw something,
Ethan
unless I saw something
personally
different.
work on?
This isn't even a Jewish person on the pike.
I'm
Is
wondering.
a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hassan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First he needs a bigger nose, right, Hassan? Of course he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hassan. He dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish.
Why are you
Or he
drawing
just read
this,
what he wrote.
Ethan?
Dumbass, liar, terrorist, loving propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person.
Why are you doing this?
Why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
Zero? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness The untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hassan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby. Clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks. You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus, when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself and grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th, like Hassan, for example.
Oh yeah, poor Piers Morgan. Poor Piers Morgan, I guess. I don't like Piers. Of a dick.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hassan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah. This kid is like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her. You might think this is a sweet, innocent...
What? Yeah, this is like edgy, like humor like you would have middle school. Like get back at someone like bro needs to grow up. You have 3 kids, dude. Why are you making a video like this? Why are you making a video like this when you have 3 kids? How much time did you spend on this?
Girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hassan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hassan likes to offuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there's one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, what do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are.
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah based. I mean, listen. Listen.
Like all this is just get back at him because he thinks he made him. Like in Ethan's eyes, he's punching down. Okay.
You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million, okay? Like it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hassan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this.
Sorry, chat. Be right back. boy. Can't wait for this to be over. I want to play a game. I don't know what though. There's another 41 minutes though. It's like 21 minutes. Bad. I kind of want to see like what he's gonna say. I mean, it's good to go through it to see what people are saying. Kind of attacks they're using, you know. But it is taxing. Just so hateful, you know. I don't like that. But we'll see. Okay.
They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hassan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hassan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes. Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to
We
the
can't.
catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They're without a doubt the most extreme of all these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under
Bro. No way. No way. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Really? You strip them of all their humanity and you post their children as if they're like just to prove a point? Because that's what they all are to them. It's just something that they can use against their enemies. Like, you don't do that to children. But I guess it's fine for Ethan. Not his kids. Fuck 'em, I guess. Like, seriously. That's wild.
Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing
Yeah,
thousands
none of them are gonna
Women are
hit.
restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar
Isn't like some of this AI? I've seen this set of photos before. I don't know where though.
houses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. They're all dead. They killed them all. They're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the...
That's a W for you, Ethan? You think that's a W for you? Like, that's hateful language, dude. That's like violence. And say you're above it, you know, it's kind of weird.
worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them.
Jesus, what the
Hassan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12, and as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English. And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hassan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waved goodbye?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors.
Why,
She's gonna miss...
Ethan? Why don't they have anesthesia and painkillers? Ethan. Ethan, but why don't they have anesthesia or painkillers? Why don't they have that on hand, Ethan? Just like think about it a little bit. Who is restricting it? Why don't they have enough food? Is it Hamas's fault? Or is it the government that's overseeing them?
Their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next week, they're like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next week, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters,
Getting hard to defend him.
fucking musical shit.
Here's a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas.
Who's doing this editing? It doesn't feel like Ethan did that. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like a. It feels like too fan service, like a 2012 or 2016 era video. It's weird.
Hype video.
Is that COD?
Just making fun of him for eating.
1 minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hassan. Quiet, everybody. This is not to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it again.
Love you.
We want to be killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So, why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply...
Yeah, Ethan is running
a
with
music
it.
festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hosting
more
rapes
clip
once again,
gems.
doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed acts of sexual violence and took...
Women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
It doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people,
Yeah,
not
this is
all,
like
who were raped,
Destiny
were murdered on the spot,
subreddit.
obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her
This
home on October 7
clips.
by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding.
He's repeating that clip where he says
and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that
that's not what he's saying. Saying that this still doesn't justify what Israel is doing to Palestinians.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation, there's no space for rational thought, there's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hassan is, and to him and his community, I'm the devil, I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October
Like,
7. Like, that doesn't change.
kind of editing is that? Like, at some point, he's gotta, like, self-reflect and, like, think, is this really the video I want to put out?
The dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
And now let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. And now let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV.
Oh, no.
Dan
Who
of course,
edited
Twitch
this?
a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances. One being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after Backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after Backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there's one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hassan. He really likes Hassan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys a leftist political commentator, Hassan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe or radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy's the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan Runs Twitch allegations after this. Oh my god.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm quick.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
He knows about, like,
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive force all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hassan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clip feed. Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there.
He's an old dude, he's no fucking...
Okay?
Okay. That's very nice. That's also...
like, okay.
Okay. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed
You
yesterday.
gotta sprinkle a
There.
little bit of something that everybody can hate in order to get everybody on board with the other stuff he's saying.
That's very nice. That's also... Okay.
Okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips, and that's the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you get caught with the fucking... You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why didn't you trip to Home Depot and buy a rope?
She's one of Hassan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's homophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what...
Why is he
so you
hating?
can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large...
She's such a little thing. Why put any...
That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
thought into
Ultimately,
it.
like if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your
Like, he's
donations,
obsessed.
something where,
He's obsessed with
like,
this hate.
95% of people
With
feel
this
good and are down for it.
ability to just
And like ultimately, regardless
feel
of what you think,
better than
that
this
is not the
person,
situation here.
you know?
So I personally donated 10K because I think it is worthwhile. If you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are gonna say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference
This is a cracker take.
between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about
Cracker
whether that's
ass
worthwhile.
take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Like if you don't actively believe it, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like what do you want to say? Like congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much.
Oh,
I
this,
will
of
never have any
course.
sympathy for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro no stones. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Ethan has been consumed by this.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head, I'm like, base? Base? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait!
They banned her.
Okay?
They literally banned her, so what is he complaining
If we
about?
get to this goal by 9/11, Capri
Raph and I will make the Twin Towers.
I mean, she's reinstated,
and we'll make
but
airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said, it's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
I do not want to listen to
This is
that.
actually my favorite. Moderating her.
What the
This is
fuck?
when she was
Why
on
are
a
you putting this in?
For some reason, Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support, and instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Award, an award show put on by her friends, and
I
then
don't
the
like
next year,
right
she gets
hands
nominated
for
for Rising
listening
Star
to
again.
that.
Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long.
Like, YouTubes are like massive. YouTube live streams are massive. But why are you sitting here just like hating and hating and hating? Like, what does it matter to you? You got a wife, you got a kid, you got 3 kids. What should you be doing? Working on this or being with them? And the money. And everything you could ever need to like take care of them. And this is what your headspace, your thoughts are focused on? Doesn't make sense to me.
Segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-host accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real.
There's literally ongoing jokes and like they're saying watermelons are Israeli. Like, there's actual videos of people doing that kind of stuff. But whatever.
People. And then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks. But like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys. Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli.
His argument is no you. His argument is literally no you. Okay.
Is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white.
What?
Themselves. So bearing all this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
This is one of my favorite people.
Isn't it?
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right, turn that. Turn
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stand up. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
that's easy. That's definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me one of the best-known Jewish creators.
What?
And immediately put me in Sabra. Hassan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Dems jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. So they're calling out my Jewish identity.
Where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next down there? Anne Frank, Einstein, Seth Rogen, Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So Love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That's pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Wait a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that joke? Why? Can you make that joke?
Thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gassing. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression...
I can't with this. We're almost done.
Is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These aren't even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at
Dan
Twitch.
Saltman, of course.
Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced...
That's a deorbiter, you know. Ethan's like, yeah, reliable source.
Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything to suggest that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it. And we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they go ban on Twitch. Guys, because we are back in the house, they can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews.
That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV.
Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite.
Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing.
These people always do this. They're like, how can you do this when they're the ones advocating for the same thing? I know Ethan said some unhinged stuff. Whatever, I guess.
Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch? Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact, who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about the anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, it's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules. Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engagement with.
Ethan is defending Destiny now.
Like, it's to the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers. It's like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally
Being
not.
open
Okay,
with it
fair
now.
enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there's another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling them we're all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred.
The clips, and that's just the algorithm.
Hassan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hassan, interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hassan, watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do like,
Is he gonna put?
I know, are you being serious?
Is he gonna put Destiny?
Hassan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe was former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hassan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson.
Excuse me?
He did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods. And this isn't just a Hassan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe
Yeah.
it, these people are frequently
It's a
taking
disturbing chat.
facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy.
Of course.
To solve all of our problems, like we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban. A bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI. I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media. Hassan suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI. I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media.
That. Perfect. Yeah. That is wild. It's like he has enough pull. He has enough pull in the space. And that's why he made this video. Of course.
Hassan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream
Let them know. What is he saying?
media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative.
What the fuck is this? This is basically just a full-on Destiny talking point of just brigading. He wants people to brigade. What? Dude is lost. He's off the deep end.
To enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know. And they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah.
So is he doing this for YouTube?
Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am...
He spent months on this video. I'm gonna be sick. How does he spend months on this video? And it still comes out like ass.
left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Wix. One platform. Any website. Unlimited creation.
Okay. Chat, we need a palette cleanser. Wait, is this reason I want to put? I want this one. Palette cleanser, chat.
This is a December 1906 data production U.S. Army emergency ration prepared by the American Compressed Food Company out of Passaic, New Jersey. It weighs 1 pound, 4.4 ounces, or 580 grams, and it contains about 2,000 calories. Calculated to subside one man, 1 day, maintaining his full strength and vigor. Not to be opened except by order of an officer or an extraction.
This is better.
Directions.
This is so much better.
Bread and meat component may be eaten dry or stirred into cold water, or one cake may be boiled 5 minutes or longer in 3 pints of water and resulting soup seasoned to taste.
Yummy.
Or one cake may be boiled in 1 pint of water for 5 minutes, making a thick porridge to be eaten hot or cold. When cold, it may be sliced and fried if bacon or other fat is available. Chocolate component may be eaten dry or made into liquid by placing the chocolate in a tin cup held in hot water. After melting, pour in slowly 1 pint boiling water to each cake. It may be boiled after mixing. Look at that can. This thing is 112 years old, and it's in exceptional condition.
1906.
Nearly flawless. Just a couple little scuffs. I mean, pretty much, this is one of the most amazing finds. Now, the U.S. Army emergency ration was produced by 2 different companies. The American Compressed Food Company out of Passaic, New Jersey. Also, Armour & Company out of Kansas City, Kansas. Look at this. It's a little bit different than the other one. U.S. inspected and passed by the Department of Agriculture. This one was produced in 1918. And was sent off to France during World War I, one of the million or so, but they never made it to France in time before the war ended. This ration was really only used in limited numbers during World War I. The main ration that was used, actually, was the U.S. Reserve ration. We'll get to that in a minute. You can see that this can is about 20 to 25% smaller than the American Compressed Food Company version. There were 3 different kinds of
I have
rations
played
used in
Halo.
the trenches of World War I by the American Expeditionary Forces outside of hot meals from field kitchens. Any sort of
I should probably finish
actual
it if
ration
fantasy
pack,
though.
there were 3 of them. There was the trench ration, which was a huge tin, like an actual tin box, filled with canned food, hard bread, and various sides and certain things to pretty much make it a mobile field kitchen. There are none left. There may be like an actual tin box or 2 left somewhere. Other than that, they're gone. So the trench ration was one. And then there was the U.S. Army emergency ration. And that was the one prepared by Armour & Company out of Kansas City, Kansas. The one prepared by American Compressed Food Company, these things were utilized until procurements were exhausted. Same thing with this, but most of them that were produced didn't actually make it to France in time before the war ended. This thing has 1,492 calories. It weighs 15.4 ounces, or 436 grams. This is the reserve
Holy
ration.
shit.
It's what eventually turned into the C ration, or U.S. Army Field Ration C, into the variations of the C ration up until 1980. It all started from the reserve ration. That weighs 2 3/4 pounds. It has 3,349 calories, and this is actually a new corned beef. Now here's the real deal. Hard bread, 8 ounces, United States Quartermaster Corps. Cut this end out. Look at that, it's a soldered tin rectangular container. You get a pound of corned beef. The condiment can held your coffee, sugar, and salt, which was also part. This thing evolved throughout the 20s and 30s and turned into the U.S. Army Field Ration Type C by 1930.
I almost said it
The
again.
U.S. Army Emergency Ration was taken out of the U.S. military's list of actual rations used by 1922. Alright, to sum it up real fast for the pros and cons, this thing weighs 2 3/4 pounds. The average soldier was carrying 2 of these around in his haversack all the time. That's 5.5 pounds. That's quite a bit of weight. It's also a lot of calories. That's a good amount of food. The emergency ration weighs just under a pound. It has 1,492 calories. Its pros, really, it's light, calorie dense, compact, long shelf life. But then its cons, not enough were produced in World War I and available. And then just overall more complex production. And only 2 actual companies were capable of making it. The reserve ration, this thing is easier to make. More factories could make it. It could be more easily mass produced. But this is heavy and bulky. 5.5 pounds for 2 days worth of food, when it's still just under 2 pounds for 2 days worth of that. Probably about 40% of the calories, but it's filling and sustainable for a few days. You'll be okay. Restricted calorie 24-hour ration that is ahead of its time, built to last, and with some relative morale boosting components. Pemmican, that's not too bad with your various preparation options along with some chocolate, and that derived from the idea of the British Emergency Ration Field Service, which goes back as far as the late 1800s. Back in 1897, May of 1897, the first cavalry out of Fort Sill, Oklahoma, tested the first reserve ration. Back then, the hard bread, they were just in paper, cardboard boxes, and, rain would make them turn to mush. Gas attacks and rats and bugs and whatnot, and just getting trampled on. So they were tinned primarily to protect against gas attacks. The haversack ration, this was the original nomenclature. This one's a reproduction. I've only ever seen one in existence, a real one. This, instead of being like a wax-dipped box that can get squashed, and, not super easy to produce actually, mass produce, instead they would just have large portions of coffee, sugar, and salt, and then allot them for the soldier to store in their condiment can. And these things were typically ditched, and a lot of times ground coffee was replaced with instant coffee. But we're going to be checking out the reserve ration in its by-the-book manner, at least the first time around. Now, in order to give soldiers experience with this ration and to maintain production quotas at an economically feasible rate for the armor plant to stay in business, it was suggested to produce an average of 3 per soldier for use on training missions per year. And this proposition was rejected by the U.S. Army,
Per
and
year.
the U.S. ended up adopting the reserve ration for mass production instead. The hard bread tins weren't too difficult to make. This compressed and vacuum sealed pemmican and chocolate, super advanced for 100 years ago. But the U.S. Army figured troops shouldn't be compelled to use this thing, simply to become familiar with it. It was thought that it was time to use it only in war and in emergency. So this idea led to a shortage of these during World War I. They really could have used more. This ration cost me $1,400.
Oh my.
This one cost me $768, and it's in better shape, much better shape. Look at that yellow paint. They double coated it on the seams as a pull tab. It's a beaut.
So
we're gonna open it up.
Oh, that one. He's gonna open that one up. That's cool.
There was never a key attached to this that I can find. No soldering marks or anything like that. Alright, here goes nothing. Let's lift that tab.
He has a key. Of course he does. Oh.
Nice hiss.
Nice hiss. Nice hiss. It's a 10 out of 10 hiss. Right, chat? Well,
Oh man.
Got his nasty little pliers.
That's pretty tough. It's definitely a ration. You don't want this key to fail on you. But we'll get this thing open. Whoa. Look at that piece of cotton.
Oh, cotton. It's not gonna work. The metal lost its strength.
One bit at a time here.
He's gonna eat this, isn't he? It's gonna come up. Please.
Almost. Okay. I think this is it. Look at the condition.
The napkin.
So this paper packet, no idea what that packet is, but this looks like something you pull to get this all out. Boy, I hope this works. Oops. And that is actually the pemmican that I cut into and cannot get this, what is supposed to be a fabric, kind of like a strip of fabric you pull up that lifts up the pemmican. Let's see if we can get this out, or is this just going to be a strip that... What happens here?
He does it improperly.
But just pull out that whole thing, which may have freed up some space. Hold on. Let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. Much better.
Nice.
Wow, look at that. That is pemmican, and in pretty good looking shape on...
He's gonna eat it.
Oh, I know that kind of smell. It's not so bad. pull off this old paper. Gosh, I can't believe that paper is 112. It's just like a fine, weak paper. And look at that. Whoa. You can see it. It's the, look at the grain. That is total pemmican. And does not smell that bad. I'm not even joking. This seems so well preserved. It's almost unbelievable. Man, what is this? That is really cool. Seasoned taste. The one thing, it says soup, seasoned to taste. Could this just be salt? I'm gonna go back to that. This is just, what an experience. Can you believe this? I just,
what is this? Salt?
Look at that.
Eat it.
And that is salt. And that's some of the best salt I've ever tasted. Because it's so old. Alright, so.
It's so.
Whoa. Let's chisel some of this out. You know. Whoa, that's coming out pretty easy. You know, this isn't so bad. Wow. Wheat and dried beef powder.
You can eat this, isn't it?
What a great amount of food. You know, this would be extremely filling, I would say. Yeah, and look at that, that's one of the cakes. So we're gonna go with this for a starter, you know, of sorts. We're gonna figure this out here. You know, you can eat it dry, of course, and it's all ready to eat, technically. If you didn't have the capability or the luxury to heat this up,
make it porridge.
Once I remove this one, it might be easy to get the rest out. Yeah, look at that. That comes out easy. That's aluminum foil. You know, that was really expensive back then.
Chocolate.
See that? Alright, so let's get that last bit out of there. So it's like a cheap, fine paper that would hold it together, each meat and grain cake. There's one right there.
Or water in it.
It just smells like, it really reminds me of the smell of fish food. That's, that is exactly what that smells like. Fish food. Wow, not fish or dried fish, just food for fish. Let's move along here.
Which is usually made of fish.
Oh. Okay. And that is, I believe, that just didn't work out too well right there. It feels like it's pepper, and it's a smaller amount in like a seasoned packet. And then what flew up here is, I believe, the chocolate. Yeah, you can tell that's chocolate. Like, just barely.
Whoa.
Let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. Okay. That is chocolate. Look, right in there.
It's bloomed.
Oh man, that's so cool. Hold on, I gotta take a tiny bite right now. Hold on. It's...
What a madman.
Not bad. I'm letting it settle on my tongue. Okay, I just consumed a small amount of chocolate from 1906. Here, hold on. That chocolate?
Big club.
Okay, it smells like the bouillon powder. It's beef powder, you know, actual whole beef turned into powder mixed with, you know, wheat. But, I mean, it smells like that. That's off-putting, like, completely. Completely bloomed.
Damn. Mugging us.
You know what? What a strange chocolate. A little bit spicy. with whole pieces of cocoa that are not fully mixed in. That's what that was. I felt something coarse. Once moisture hits it again, it really gets its, normal chocolate appearance back to a degree. That doesn't taste bad at all. I mean, you're definitely picking up the meat and wheat components, undertones, but they kind of mix together. They've been sitting next to each other for 112 years. Again, with a spicy flavor. Like a relative amount of spicy. I'm not joking.
Spicy.
It almost seems like there's a small amount of cayenne in here. I mean, I've had hot chocolate like that. Sorry,
Damn.
I'm eating this like weird. How strange. I mean, there are so many people that would love to try this. I know it. I mean, it's fine chocolate that had little bits of, cocoa or cacao in it. Cacao bits, like little
bits,
not
little
nibs,
bits,
those little
nibs,
things that are like
bits,
cacao nibs
blitz.
you'll have in certain chocolate. Not that chunky, but very tiny
Chunky.
pieces of cacao, and then something relatively spicy.
Okay.
Wrapped in aluminum foil. Gosh, there's actual pieces that still look like chocolate. You see those darker, kind of shiny bits? Like that actually still kind of looks like chocolate. Look at that.
Oh.
I'm gonna save this.
What kind of work is
Look at
that?
that chocolate. It actually looks fine.
Like a little kid digging in sand.
Get it in layers. Okay, so we got to the bottom of that one. That was fast.
Metal shards.
Okay, so it goes in layers. You'd pretty much for each meal have a meat and grain cake and then a chocolate cake. And when I say cake, that is, each one of these little foil or paper wrapped allotments of food.
You should just take one out, like
It's
rip it
a
fully open.
perfectly preserved ration when it comes down to what it is. I really don't think that it could be in any better shape, really. This is incredible. I don't feel like the pemmican is spoiled. I think that's fine.
He's gonna eat
I
it.
think every bit of that is edible. I'm gonna go all out with this thing. I'm gonna eat.
He's
What
gonna
is
pick
this
at.
anyway? Is this is pepper, and I'm gonna figure it out pretty soon. It's coated in chocolate. Let's get this off. Aha, there we go. Cool. Oof. Oof. I went and put my nose right in, I believe, black pepper. Yep, that's what that is. That has to be black pepper, I think.
He's still
yeah, that's black pepper. And that could be why the chocolate tastes spicy. We're gonna go down the line with preparations for both. I'm gonna eat some more of this chocolate dry, but then I'm also going to make what they are pretty much suggesting, maybe eaten dry or made into liquid by placing the chocolate in a tin cup held in hot water. After melting, pour in slowly 1 pint of boiling water. They're pretty much telling you to do a makeshift double boiler method with your tin cup, and we got one of those here. You see, this mess kit This one's a beaut. Rock Island Armory, 1910. Rock Island Armory, 1908. Tin cup. Okay, and we're back with another episode where you never know what you're going to be having when you come over to my place for dinner. Look at that piece. But I actually kind of want a piece of this, just right off the bat. Like, look at that thing.
Damn.
Yeah, this smells like fish food. Of course, I'm apprehensive to eat a piece of this. Infantry Cavalry Equipment Board tested out one of these things, and it was like 20 years old. The pemmican component was perfectly fresh, and the chocolate was somewhat bloomed, but otherwise still edible. You can clearly see coarse grain, just barely any kind of real shade or difference of color or anything.
Hot water, please.
Look at that
Hot water.
stuff. I mean, it really does.
I love
It
this.
seriously smells like fish food. Like, and probably not too far off an actual, food quality. I wouldn't doubt it whatsoever. I mean, like,
darn it.
the other one says approved by the, this is like something like approved by the Department of U.S. Agriculture. U.S. Department of Agriculture approved. Just off the top of my head here, I just can't really. That's exactly what I figured tastes like dirt. Wait. Sorry. It was a little more flavored than dirt. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat this dry. I mean, I say you can eat it dry, but there's quite a bit of flavor, actually.
Ooh. Mummy.
You can really taste the wheat. That's gross. Oh. Like, the beef, well, it's not bad. I mean, that's actually, you know what? I say it's gross and it's not bad. It's gross. But it's edible, I think. Wow. I keep saying it smells like fish food, but yeah, so much of it I didn't.
Yep.
There's so much grain, like bits of grain all on my tongue.
Bits and bits and.
Like grain I don't want to chew because you would just crack your tooth on it.
Yeah.
It needs to soften up with hot water. If you didn't have hot water, you could soak it in cold water and that would be good enough. I would do that before eating it dry. This is like the World War I equivalence of eating a food packet long-range patrol, freeze-dried mains, dry. So this would be kind of like hardcore, even back then, just on its own. You wouldn't eat it dry, unless you were just downing it with water right afterwards because you were having to be on the move, and you were in combat, like they say, in extremity. Like, say even your officer got killed and you're on the move. That's extremity enough, Say if you've not eaten for a couple days, you bust one of these things out. But, again, hold on. It's so earthy with grain. An earthy grain with a dull beef flavor. Sorry for talking a mouthful, but I really want to taste and give you the immediate.
Dull beef.
Too bad these weren't produced in higher numbers because before World War I and stocked up. they would have done well to do that. This would have been a great ration for that war. It just never really got used. It did, but not nearly enough. Because, sorry, so much coarse grain, I got no water. It's like, it just makes your heart race eating something that old. Every time, I mean, that old. Not World War II, by this point, I think I'm kind of numb to it. Like, I can eat a World War II ration that's even a little bit on the icky side, and it wasn't taking out too much. But this, it never fails. Like that field service from 1899, man, it really broke up in the fish food.
Fish food.
Wait, this is also kind of spicy. I think the pepper permeated through everything. It seems fine. Really. Okay, here's how you do it. Visual, smell, and then taste test. In that order. Again, very earthy. This is edible. This is even just kind of edible. Like that emergency ration field service. I don't think I'll ever do anything like that again. This doesn't come close to that on iffy. This is fine. That's actually somewhat flavorful toasted grain with a kind of bland, dull beef powder that doesn't have enough sodium, but they give you that sodium. They give you that pack of salt.
Yeah, it's all dry,
This
so.
is incredible. This actually isn't bad. It's so brittly. Oh, sorry. I barely even got a bite on that. Oh, yeah, it's breaking up so much.
It's okay, come on, please.
Toasted grain. I'm really trying to get a good solid flavor on it. It's just such an earthy, strong, toasted wheat. It's coarsely ground. There really aren't any dried pieces that aren't, just breaking apart before I can even get it to my mouth. But you could eat it with a spoon dry. If you added hot water and made a porridge, like they're saying, I'll bet that's really good. This is really going far beyond my expectations on... what is that? That's just, like there's tons of grain. Like that's just like a hard piece that you can barely see there, but definitely not recommended to eat dry. It's not good on your teeth. And again, it's so brittly. And you can see, is that grain or here? I don't know. Hard as a rock. And I'm telling you,
Jesus.
That's like wheat. It's starting to soften up. Or I don't know what it is. But anyway, the point is, you can technically eat this dry, but it's like eating a hard cereal that needs to really soften up. It's like eating uncooked oats or something with, dried beef powder added. I'm still wrapping my mind around all this and trying to... I want a piece of chocolate. Let's just... Little bits of cacao. There's aluminum. Let's not eat that.
No aluminum.
Look at that. Look. Sorry, once you get moisture on it.
Yeah, it does look like chocolate.
Okay, and we're back. It's been about 30 minutes, and I feel perfectly fine.
Damn.
Let's make some soup. It's just awesome. This piece, though.
Here he goes again.
I better throw the 3 pints in there.
Take the 3 pints.
Okay, so we've got some water heating up. Then I'm going to add that pemmican. 1 cake may be boiled 5 minutes or longer in 3 pints of water, and resulting soup season to taste. Boiled for 5 minutes or longer. Okay, so the pot is at a nice little simmer. That looks good.
Gonna be soup.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add about 2/3 because that's 2 pints, not 3. I'm gonna save some of this for my collection, like a souvenir.
Ooh. Whoa.
That looks good.
It's pretty cool.
Really doesn't smell too bad. Could not find my mess kit spoon, so I just got a regular spoon from the drawer in the kitchen. Oops. So look at that. Soup.
Ooh.
You can kind of see the color, you know, like there's the beef bouillon part and then the grain and how it's separated. There's still some beef in that.
Ooh.
Like powder part. Ooh, look at that. Maybe boiled 5 minutes or longer. We'll let it boil for a little bit longer. Check out that foam here.
Whoa.
This really isn't so bad. It's not even all that weird to me, really. This is just an extremely well-preserved ration that is incredibly old, and this is just an astounding overall food discovery when it comes down to food storage. A vacuum-sealed container that was 112 years old that stored food that well to where you could make this porridge stuff and not stink up a room. Somebody asked me, like, what is that? What am I cooking here? I'd say, you're cooking something old. Alright, so what we're gonna do is let that boil for a little bit. It's just simmering away, or boiling away, or whatever you want to call it. I got it more on a rolling boil. Decided to really step it up a notch here. It's been like this for about 1 minute. And it doesn't smell too bad. As this boils, you can really smell it. I mean, it doesn't seem like it smells too far off from what it really is.
Pumpkin. Spicy.
Man, that's interesting.
Dried beef.
Oh, the direct steam is not too bad. Again, just a foodie kind of steam. You know, just really. Well, let's get a good look at this. Ooh, I think I need a paper towel. Alright, so let's get a good look at this.
Old food.
Just an earthy grain and cheap beef kind of stew. It does not smell spoiled. It doesn't give me any kind of gag reflex or anything like that. It's been boiling for about 7 or 8 minutes, maybe, and I'm gonna let it boil for at least 10.
Saved it.
I'm gonna free up that mess kit. I'm gonna save this. That's like gold. Seriously, this is valuable. Nearly priceless, really. Okay, so I've taken this down to about a simmer. It's been
Ooh.
about 15 minutes. Smells like something's
I
cooking.
want soup.
That's a bunch of soup. Look at that grain.
Ooh.
Really actually... Gosh, that's... So it's just pretty much like a grain porridge, you know, or soup with a beef broth, as you can see.
Yeah, it tastes rough.
Breaks down essentially and cooks, and look at that. Stuff kind of boiled off to the sides. It's just started getting weird. I'm gonna let that cool off for a second. Here, let's try a little bit. Just, you know, for starters here. It just smells very grainy, like a strong toasted grain, again, but even more amplified. And the broth itself is just criminally underseasoned. You know, I mean, just flavor-wise, it just tastes like a...
Water?
That's like a combination of sewage water and like a grain tea. You know, like some kind of weird... You're trying to quit drinking coffee and you try out these like coffee wannabe grain soluble drinks and they all taste kind of weird. This reminds me of that, like health food store. I can't, I don't know, it's a grain broth with like hardly any real flavor to it. The grain has rehydrated and this stuff is
Gonna throw it out?
I think pretty much ready. You know, as ready as it's
eat
gonna
it.
get. And I haven't seasoned it. You know, I'm not gonna use any of the pepper, but I will use some of that salt. So I'm gonna do that. Let's grab some of that.
Let's see.
Yeah, this is pretty cool because this ration is still edible. And to the point where I'm not too nervous. I'm apprehensive, you know, it's just going against instincts, I guess. The grain, man, this thing's awkward to hold. The grain is near flavorless. But it's like cooked, you know, it's a nice texture. You have to cook it, otherwise it's going to crack your teeth. You're not going to actually process it very well. I mean, even though it was roasted grain, it would just probably be rough on your system. How much of this am I really going to actually eat? I wore the wrong shirt for this thing. Alright, so, gotta say, quite a few steps up from the emergency ration field service. When it comes down to being palatable, it's a little bit more advanced. It's a lot more advanced because this is properly stored. It's a vacuum sealed ration. It's under 5% moisture content overall, which is still kind of high. Wow. This reminds me of a Russian ration and some of the stuff you'd get. Maybe like the Russian mountain ration, some of the breakfast grain cereals that you can get that are dried. They're the closest thing I've ever had to this. And that's so much more normal and palatable. It has salt. Speaking of salt, we'll add some. Let's add some flavor to this. A little bit of salt probably goes a long way. Whoops. Oh, that was way too much. Oh. Let's just add some salt. Much needed salt to this bland soup. Okay. Live it up here. Porridge stuff. Oh. That works wonders with the flavor. It's just a very interesting grain soup porridge. It's beef powder that's just dried and to the point where it really just turns into bouillon, like beef stock. And that's pretty much what it is. And then mixed with grain. And that's it. It tasted actually, oddly enough to me, better dry. But then I was worried about cracking a tooth. You know. I think, here's the thing. Caught on the roof of my mouth, sorry. This would definitely do the trick like I read. It was very filling. I mean, 1,492 calories for the one that was smaller than this, you know, by 20 to 25%. You know, this is, I would say, undoubtedly a solid 2,000 calorie overall. I just keep going back for it. And I'm using a house spoon because I am not joking. When that was boiling, I'm looking around everywhere and I cannot find my mess kit spoons, which I'm kind of glad because I was just using it like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago eating a B unit. That 1917 spoon just smells and tastes so off. It actually makes this seem pretty normal. I think that would have really taken away from this as an experience, so I'm pretty glad I'm more normal. You know, a nice house spoon, a ration from December 1906 sitting in the pot. I don't know, it's heavy, I'll say that. It's just like, if I were eating this in a survival situation, sorry, I can't even keep it straight. If I were eating this in a survival situation, I'd definitely be wanting to sit down, you know, like, I'm just standing here in the corner of a room like a really weird dude, eating old food. Look at that. That is just all grain. It's like grain cereal and beef stock. I'm not too excited or thrilled about the actual soup part. But the porridge, or, you know, the grain, this is really good. You know, this is actually, I could have said it in the mess kit thing. It's just, it's all this soup. The porridge will be better than that thing. This pot, that's going to be good for the soup, I think. I just don't know. I guess I'm going to have to use another pot for when I do the porridge, which I think might be in like a couple days or something. I'm going to see how I feel from this. It's one of those things you just kind of need to gauge, you know, you kind of go, move as you go along, or I don't, go as you move along. Just pretty much go as you eat, little bits. It doesn't seem too bad. Well, I'm just gonna bring this back over for a minute. This is a truly amazing historical piece that would have just probably rotted away. You know, who knows what would have happened to this thing. I mean, it sits somewhere. Nobody knows what's inside of it. Nobody learns anything. Alright, so back over here. How much there is. It really just portions out. And you can see how there's this like bouillon low in sodium. You can add the sodium as you need it. You may not want a whole bunch of sodium. You may be critically low on water, and who knows what your situation may be. Probably some of the most dire of survival situations were occurring if this thing was used. Like 1918 era war survival. I mean, really, who knows what kind of... It just had to have been so brutal and bizarre. But this is not super appetizing. It's just like a gross beef cereal. A watery, raw sewage beef cereal flavor. That like could really use some onion powder. And I mean, I should be doing that. You know, I should just go into my spice rack and add some various stuff, but that just kind of seems cheap. I just keep going. I don't really need to keep eating more, but I'm not even really describing it. Let me describe. Let me just have a very small. Like, I don't need to put myself through a excuse me, huge bite here or anything. Yeah, it's just a wheat cereal. Sorry for showing food particles, you know, but I'm trying to give you an idea. It's like a soft wheat cereal. I can't believe it. This thing was preserved, man. It might be not only just edible, but sustainable as it ever was. You know, I mean, this could be just as sustainable as it was when it was initially produced. I mean, it could be providing just as much nutritional value or very close to it. My mouth's just filled with all this grain sticking to the roof of my mouth. Excuse me. It's not like some horrible flavor that you just don't want to ever experience again, or a smell that you never want to have to smell again.
Sorry, chat. I got myself some food.
It's like a cheap grain soup with weird. Look at that gross. It's fat. That's beef fat along the edge there. I don't know what to do with this pot of slop. Look how this moves.
Slop pot.
That grain and clouds up with the beef fat, beef bouillon. I'm gonna leave everything on the set and come back over to it and just go ahead and make some porridge and hot chocolate, and then let some porridge cool down. And I'm gonna slice it and fry it in bacon fat. Right now I gotta take a nap. Alright, so it's been 2 days.
2 days.
I feel perfectly fine. I will admit, under physical exertion, I did have a little bit of reduced energy, but that's probably from fatigue. I didn't get enough sleep the last couple days. That's probably all it was. This is a perfectly edible ration. I had no ill effects whatsoever. Just potential sluggishness, that's it. But other than that, I'm good. Maybe try and pull a little bit of a shaking, try and shake it out a little bit. Movement. Nice. A 4-ounce pemmican cake. Awesome. Glad I could extract one. I believe it's chocolate that's sprinkled off onto the tray. Let's try and get the chocolate. Look at that chocolate in there. Hold on. It just still smells like the beef powder, which is an interesting thing. We'll talk about that in a minute. How the process goes with that one. Right, let's just pull the foil. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I mean, it's not very intact at all. We're just gonna have to get this out. Look at that. Got a good portion of that bar out. That is so cool. Here, let's eat a piece of chocolate.
Okay.
Will it be
You gonna make it into
spicy?
chocolate?
No, it's not. I didn't think it would be. It was the black pepper that made it spicy. There's no cayenne or anything like that in the chocolate. It's just sugar and chocolate, you know, sugar and cocoa.
Cocoa. Cocoa.
Anything that's turned to complete powder
Loco.
is going to be a perfect candidate for any kind of cooking or what have you. Look at all the different solid pieces.
Solid?
With this ration, soldiers did become familiar with it. The 1906 was thoroughly tested in the field. This was, at the time, the most advanced survival ration in the world. In the summertime, soldiers would go on practice marches and they would travel between 400 and 500 miles. They would use this ration and it was satisfactory. It kept them sustained. And this is not the oldest model. This thing goes back as far as 1901, and this ration was in development for years. An older one was tested in 1901 by 56 men for 5 days in the field. It was so effective that some of these guys even gained weight. 1 1/4 pound ration, about 2,000 calories. These guys probably weren't eating as much back then, some of them, so they actually gained some weight. Let's just add a little bit of water to this. I'm very curious to see how this will just mix like that. I think that's why they say to like melt it, double boiler method. Like you really do actually almost have to melt it. I'm gonna see how that goes. But I am gonna mix this up too and just try some out. Yeah, let me just try a little spoonful. This is so cool.
Ooh.
That's not too bad. That's really not bad. I can't believe it. It's the oldest hot chocolate. This is the oldest chocolate I've ever consumed.
Damn.
I cannot. I'm telling you. I'm gonna have another round of that right now. Impeccable. Very smooth, good quality hot chocolate. I mean, that was just absolutely decadent. Truly, 100%. Do like that much. Set this cup in there. It's just kind of weird. I guess so. I don't know. Like, what's gonna happen? Kind of floating around. That doesn't even seem like it works. Oh wow, it does. Look. It totally works. Never mind. Look. Amazing. That's melting. Look at that. It's like I'm gonna make a 112-year-old chocolate fondue. That is sweet chocolate. Here, let's get it a little bit hotter. I think it needs to be. We need it hot. And let's scoop some more in there too. Pick out the aluminum because that's unhealthy. Maybe just a little bit of water. Adding that to it would help. I have a feeling that will. Look at that. I need a piece of chocolate while I'm waiting here.
Just loving this chocolate.
You know, a lot of times when chocolate is bloomed, it's just not very good. This is actually good chocolate. Like, actually such good quality that it's even good when it's bloomed.
Good chocolate. What kind of?
Pretty sure it's working. I think I'm gonna try that out.
Ooh, like brownie.
It's delicious chocolate. It is 100%. Oh, when it melts, it just tastes like fondue chocolate. A little bit gritty, ever so slight. Little bits of chocolate still, but oh, this is so incredible.
He's loving it.
Doing fondue chocolate. This is
The dip.
actually working. The double boiler method they suggest actually works. We're gonna have that go along there for a minute. Oddly enough, when that was melted, that was some of the most delicious chocolate I ever had. Oh, and I weighed the salt. It was about 21 grams, and the pepper is a gram. It's a pretty slow process, but it works. It's working. Just add a little bit of moisture back into this.
Pink, pink.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Added just a little bit of water, and it's like chocolate syrup. Let's get this out of the pot and
into a tray.
Onto this tray. Okay, the cup's
Oh,
off
yes.
a little bit. That looks so good to me. I don't know why. That's just like total ration
fudge.
goodness. You know, that weird allure of a snack that you can't find anywhere else. This is amazing. That's like pudding, pretty much. I'm gonna try a bite just like this. It's melted chocolate. It's like any other delicious melted chocolate. With absolutely nothing off-putting about the flavor. Actually, it's strange. I can't taste the pepper anymore. That was just an initial thing. I don't taste that anymore. And that was the black pepper that permeated into this. It just made it spicy at first. It was strange how that worked. Look at that. It's melted chocolate. It's starting to solidify again a little bit. But like...
A little bit.
I mean, I know I'm just going to add hot water to it, but this is something I gotta just enjoy a little bit. It's kind of like when you're baking cookies and there's the batter, and even though there's, you know, raw egg, you know, you don't care and you just eat a good portion of it anyway. I feel like I'm just going to end up eating it like this.
Isn't there another one?
It's 112 years old. I've eaten chocolate that has like old dry milk and it's just not appealing. I mean, what is this? How is this not spoiled? I mean, that vacuum hiss was perfect. It's just a perfectly
10 out of 10 hiss.
I never would have guessed I'd have a perfectly
He's in
preserved
love.
ration. It's 100. Like anything really over, you know, 75 years old is absolutely incredible for being preserved, but not this old. I never would have expected it. Okay, I got it. I guess add hot water. What I'm probably gonna do is just add more powder and just add.
You gotta add hot milk onto it.
But this was fun. Man, alright. Let's do that. You know, while that's boiling, I'm just gonna see if... Oh wow, this is gonna come out very easy, I think. I think it's chocolate. Oh wow. Nice. Now that last chocolate, that's gonna be hard to remove. Like, you're gonna have to just wedge that one out again. The chocolate's bloomed to where it won't pull out. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is add a little bit of boiling water to this, not too much.
It said boil it again.
That is rich hot cocoa right there.
Wow.
I mean, the chocolate is like this smooth, that's silky smooth hot chocolate. It's like, I don't think there's milk solid in here. I think it's just cocoa and sugar.
Yeah,
and then
that's sick.
solidified into cubes. I believe that's what it is. Because this is like, this reminds me of Spanish ration hot chocolate. So I'm pretty sure there's no milk in there, and that's why it's still good. Almost certain that's what's going on here. And it's 50% cocoa, 50% sugar, and compressed into these cubes. I believe that's what it is. And I don't even think it's like regular bloomed chocolate, because it's not rancid at all. There's no rancidity, nothing that's like turned or off-putting with the flavor. Perfectly drinkable hot chocolate. I want to have
So just no dairy.
a sip of this. Yeah, it's delicious. And I'm going to add some more boiling water here. Let's do that.
Get the porridge.
Go ahead and unwrap one of these. We're going to make some porridge. Wow, amazing. Look at that thing. It's cooked wheat, you know, kiln dried with the outer hull of the bran removed, parching it and grinding it in coarse powder, and then it's cooked in steam, hand crushed, and then put back in the kiln and dried again, and then parched again, and to where there's no more grit. The beef is fresh, lean beef, free of most fat and sinew. It's ground
Most
in a
of
meat
it.
grinder and then put through an evaporation process. Wow, that is just... I hate to even break this up, but there's just a real satisfying nature about its perfect shape. I mean, that is just... Still smells strong. It has a strong smell of pepper.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
the
goodness I
evaporation
ate.
process the beef is put through, it manages to
Hope you
not
ate,
cook
chat.
it at all. And then it's carefully sifted. It just feels like breaking a sandwich.
Whoa.
So they say it can be boiled in with a pint of water. So let's do that. Put the whole thing in there.
Just boiled. This is gonna turn out like this.
Here's 2 minutes in.
He's got a
Nice
season though.
grain smell to it. Wow, when it's the porridge, I feel like I wasted it as a soup. As a soup, it's just not that great. I mean, if you have ample water and you need to stretch it, and, you know, for hydration purposes, and, you know, if it was just a cold, rainy day or something, maybe the soup would be great if I added a lot more salt to it, which I didn't, and the soup was boiled for like 20 minutes. This is like 3 minutes in now.
Slush. Oh. It looks good actually.
Does not smell bad. It smells mostly like grain with like a light beef, and it smells better than that top layer. It's weird.
Maybe because it was away from the seasoning. Because it probably stole the moisture from the seasoning.
Absorbs the water so well, and when it says 5 minutes, I think it's serious. When it says 5 minutes, it means it. Actually, it's been 7 minutes, maybe. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of water so it doesn't scourge. Let's add that water. Turn up the heat again. Put it on the max. Look at that. Just kind of smooth it out. That's as good as it's gonna look.
Yes.
Make it nice and salty.
Better add some pepper. That's the recipe called for.
Oh yeah. I can definitely see how it'll work once it's chilled and then sliced and fried. I can't wait to do that. I got bacon fat. I always save bacon fat in my fridge.
Bacon
always
fat.
have it on hand. That stuff's great for cooking. Look at that. I don't want it to scourge. I think it's good. Just on that brink, you know? This turned into the weirdest cooking show. Okay. Look at that. It's like an awesome, almost like paste.
Wait,
Yeah, it's starting to like stick to the bottom of the pan. That's the sign right there of a ready porridge. Nice and hearty. Alright. I'm just gonna set this like on this tray for a sec. Okay. Yeah, this like actually kind of smells bad. It's starting to smell off again. It's like it's stinking up the room in that same kind of way that the refrigerator was smelling when I had this pot in there before, and I just decided to toss it. I don't know. It's just not the most appealing thing in the world. I just won't put it on the tray. I don't know why. It's like I say, I guess it's like the tray's the base, the home base that you put the dry product on. Then from there you dump it in the pot. So it's been like that. I guess maybe with the patties we'll put it on the tray. But this is just, oh man. Okay, so really, I mean, hey, the salt really helped. Putting a fair amount. Ooh, hot. Alright, so the beef cooks in with it. The grain, even with the extensive process that it goes through, it's still, pieces will get caught in your mouth. So it's like a meat paste mixed with a somewhat cooked meat, you know, that rehydrates, softens up. Ooh, hot.
It's like a Jamaican beef patty with oatmeal.
Oh man, that's, oh, what is that? What's that on the bottom? It must be just like scrape. I don't know. Who cares? Whatever it is, it's all the same. It doesn't smell too foul. Actually, it smells a little bit foul. Never mind.
Just no.
You have that emanating smell in the room, and it tells you this isn't appealing. It's probably just not good quality to begin with. You know, it says lean beef, but I don't know. I mean, how good could it possibly be? It's not like they're giving them some kind of gourmet quality beef. I don't know.
Maybe the meat was foul to begin with. And it just kind of stayed.
I really don't. As a porridge, it's pretty rough. Actually, I think it's worse than... Maybe I heated it too long.
It's a fried.
Okay, so it's been, oh, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes. I put this porridge in the fridge to chill.
Ooh.
That looks good. Look at that. That's working out. So what we're going to do is we're going to enjoy some bacon fat. They say you can slice it and fry it if bacon or other fat is available. So that's what we're going to do. Ooh, it's popping around and stuff. Oh, look at that. I better turn it down a little bit or something. Uh-oh. It's like popping like popcorn.
Hey, so why are you
Is
putting
that
it?
normal? Or maybe I just have too much oil. You know, I'm trying to live it up here. It's gotta be done right. Here, let's throw some salt on it. That'll make it better. Here, look at, oh yeah. Okay, so like, you know, it has a great smell of bacon. That's just, oh, and look at that salt. That's the way to do it. Oh, bacon just popping everywhere. Here. Oh, I don't think it's supposed to go like that. Okay. So let's just set and grease in the main pot. There we go. Can you imagine how incredible this would have been in a survival situation if you happen to have bacon fat available? I mean, geez. But yeah, so here's the thing. When this was tested in 1901, those 56 soldiers that originally tested this for 5 days out in the field, they were given the option at any point if they were having intestinal discomfort or any kind of issues or distaste for this food, they had the option to just have their regular ration. And they didn't even choose the regular ration. They actually thought this was pretty good. And, you know, it also gives you a good idea of what the regular ration must have been like, because I think this is not the best food in the world. A nice slow sizzle. Wow, that really looks like a burger. The way that one looks, look at that. There's too much bacon fat in this, I think, but it's gonna probably taste a lot better. Extra salt.
Jeez, so much salt.
Frying in bacon fat. How brilliant is that? I got this pan because it's blue. Alright, let's see if, like, anything's happening on the bottom of this. What's going on here? Just breaks right up. Oh, it is kind of like a charred patty on that side. That's kind of nice. All American Sizzler. I actually really like the way this is looking at the top. Real nice. Look at that. See that? That's good stuff. That's the way it's supposed to look. Not sure if I'm going to actually be able to get a patty shape, but yeah, it's just smelling worse than it did before. It just doesn't really seem to do much for it. It's extremely unappealing smelling by this point. It's strange. The bacon fat, you know, once it kind of cooks down a little bit, that smell, that nice smell disappears. And it's like the more it cooks, and the more it goes through a process, it seems. Doesn't matter what you do with it. I'm gonna trace some up on here.
Just looks like ground beef.
Here goes nothing. Okay, so here's, I guess, the grand finale. Smells a lot better with bacon. The grain is very dry by this point, thirst provoking, but the fat makes it a lot more appealing. The sodium, that exceptional amount of sodium I threw in this really helped. The bacon fat. I mean, if fat is available, it's like, what kind of survival situation is it? I guess maybe you'll have that on hand, not regular food, you know, potentially. Oh, chocolate's getting in there. By far the best way to eat this. This is actually pretty good. Like, I didn't expect that I'd want more. It didn't smell that great. It doesn't smell very good. No, I don't know, it's still a lot better than before. Of course, bacon fat adds that nice smoked bacon flavor. Wish I had some more hot chocolate. I'm gonna save one chocolate and then meat grain cake. Wow. I can't imagine how incredible that'd be for a soldier that has never eaten anything like this before. You can imagine how awesome this was, innovation-wise, to a soldier, you know, to see something like this. I mean, nobody'd probably ever see anything that they could imagine like that. It's like a lot of modern technology these days. It's, you know, fascinating to us now. This had to have been fascinating to a soldier back then, to try this out when they were in training in the summertime, eating one of these per day. Or the 56 guys that ate this back in 1901, and some of them even gained weight. None of them lost weight. They all liked the way it tasted. It tastes so low grade until you fry it in bacon fat. The chocolate is fantastic. This here I'm excited to try.
Le schmale.
It doesn't taste as good again. Or, I don't know. It really tastes like the pemmican. I'm just calling it pemmican, that's what it is. Meat and grain combined and dried and combined together into a bar. That's pemmican. You can rehydrate this. This technology, this food technology, developed into greater things that became greater survival rations throughout the years. You know, this thing was taken out of service in 1922, but a lot of the excess numbered ones that were produced and sent out to France in 1918, and they called for 4 million of them. They managed to get, like, I think 2 million, at least 1 million produced. They cost 63.5 cents by that point. I do not know what the 1906 cost to produce, potentially more. The technology was newer, ration itself was larger, and potentially higher quality components. This could be a better quality chocolate than that Armour & Company one, the one that people know of. Or this, the chocolate. Great morale boosting component. This has an absolute permeation of the pemmican. It's like
Pemmican.
flavor into this.
Okay.
With an unpleasant grain and.
Sorry. Update. Go here. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back to this. See if I don't crash, hopefully. 12. Is 18? No. 15. I don't remember. 14. I can't dodge.
Oh, for the love of... I'm getting sick of this.
Oops.
Don't they have anything better to do?
Tell me about it. See how hard we got hit over here?
Low close.
What's wrong with these people? I repeat, this is a... What the... Hostile contact. One target. Engage.